What's up, guys? Thanks for stopping by. I hope you're doing good. Today, we're carrying on with our Game Jam game that was started a couple of days ago. For anyone that doesn't know what exactly it is we're up to, we're actually taking part in PirateSoftware's Game Jam 15. This is basically like a fun challenge / competition for game developers, where in this particular game jam, they have 14 days to make a game. It's got to run in a browser, and it's got to be relevant to the theme, which is shadows and alchemy. Now, because we thought we'd do a fun twist to the game jam, we're actually making the game in 7 days. Not 14. And yeah, so far it's going really good. It's obviously pretty crazy to make a game in 7 days, but in the context of a game jam, it's definitely doable. So yeah, that's what we've been doing so far. Our game is basically a Game Boy game. We made some notes on the first day that we started working on it, where basically it's going to be top-down 2D Game Boy game. It'll actually be able to run on the any Game Boy or Game Boy Color or in any emulator, and in the browser, of course. It says, in this game, you'll be able to play a character that is basically useless. The one thing the character is actually good at for some bizarre reason is making potions. Except they aren't that good at that either, because for whatever reason, every potion they make just creates a shadow. Perhaps depending on the ingredients, the shadow could behave differently. Maybe the shadow created by the potions reduce the visibility of anyone inside it. There are environments filled with nasty enemies / monsters that the player cannot defeat, therefore must somehow get around. The only way to get around the enemy is to create a potion and use it in the right spot. So how we are adhering to the theme of shadows and alchemy is by creating a game where you have to find ingredients to make potions, so that's the alchemy part, and then by throwing those potions then create shadows, which is the shadow part. So far, excuse me, this is what we've got. Let's do a quick launch. First compile of the day always takes a little while longer, so give GB Studio a minute. I'll warm up the emulator. Hell yeah, well, I'll definitely release all of the project and the game for free on itch.io and GitHub probably as well once we're done with the project, for sure. So definitely get your emulators at the ready. I can actually even just like dish out builds randomly as we go as well. So anyway, so far we've got a movement system. We've got a little character. I think like obviously none of the art is permanent yet. This is really just a testing stage. Especially when I'm thinking about color palettes and stuff like that. Like a lot of this is procedurally generated. But we can fire potions. And if we fire a potion on this spot specifically, we create a shadow. We had some weird bugs where it was behaving weird when you was trying to fire inside the shadow, but that's all fixed now. So yeah, really, really good progress considering this is only our 3rd day. So that's what we've done so far. Let me go back here so we can open our projects. So, next on the agenda, we've prototyped being able to throw potions. We've created a system for creating shadows. We've created a system for the potions creating the shadows. What we now need to do is prototype an ingredients looting mechanic. Then we need to prototype a potion crafting system. And then we need to all link all of these systems together so we actually have the sort of core mechanics of the game. Obviously, from then on, we need to make enemies and content and blah, blah, blah. But everything, all the other aspects of the game, I'm super confident that we'll be able to do. So all the stuff that's more question marks, more unique things to the game, we're starting with that and making sure those can be rock solid. And once we've got prototypes for those, we'll be fleshing out a game design document from the template that they provide in the game jam, because as part of the game jam, you have to submit a game design document. And that is actually a major part of how they rank your submission in the game jam. If you want to do well, you need a really good game design document. So it's extremely, extremely important. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to try and bash through these tasks of creating these two different prototype systems and then linking all of our systems together. So currently we've got our potion throwing system, right? Our shadow creation system. Now we're going to make our looting system, our crafting system, and then we need to link all those 4 systems together so it works as one coherent thing. So, ingredients, looting. That's what we're going to start with. I have no idea how long any of this will take. We've got a little bit longer to work on it. I didn't start as early as I wanted to. First of all, because I was just tired from burning the candle at both ends, trying to make Valheim content and do these streams for game dev and do a game jam. But also, the last couple of days, I've had like random audio issues on the stream. And I promised that I would fix those. So I've actually spent some time tweaking all kinds of issues for the content we're working on at the minute. But basically, I've added like a layer of redundancies for the audio system. The main thing that was kept shit in the bed for us is something called Dante, which is supposed to be like industry standard way of sending audio over a network, and it just kept shit in the bed. But the main problem yesterday was that when it shit the bed, then the way it was in OBS had to be reset. So basically, I've redone the audio setup so it uses that system for just one microphone instead of everything. And there's like another layer of redundancies in between so that if it does shit the bed, the software will no longer have to be reset. So that should be totally fixed. I've got a hard drive here copying over to make a video out of so this game jam footage, and also the world modifier as hard as possible settings playthrough for the video. That's copying over. I was hoping that would be done before the stream, so I didn't have to stream whilst copying hundreds of gigabytes of footage over, but we got to make this game, and we're only like halfway through copying that footage over. And you might recall that during the game dev streams, I keep complaining about the keyboard and mouse setup, so I've actually dug out an old Mac wireless keyboard that I had because I'm used to working on my laptop. Solved lots of kinks. So hopefully it's plain sailing now, no excuses. I was going to be a great game designer like you until I took an arrow in the knee. Nice. True. Okay. My first thought for ingredients looting is this doesn't super matter, but because we're going to need some sort of asset to test the system with, this is how I've been sort of building the game so far is, let me hit record whilst I remember. Hopefully recording onto a hard drive that I'm also copying hundreds of gigabytes of video footage from isn't going to affect the stream. Fingers crossed. But we don't have time to get around any of this, so let's just hope that works. My thought process so far in building this game, right, has been every time we come to prototype something, you need some sort of artwork, right? It can literally just be black boxes. But because we can procedurally generate stuff using all different kinds of tools, I've just been like sort of procedurally generating kind of like placeholder art that might end up being the final art if we don't have time to make it polished, that we could sort of then, if we don't have a bit more time, we could just tweak it a little, or if we have loads more time, we can completely redraw it instead of the whole game just being boxes from the beginning, because I feel like it'll save time in the long run. So where my head is at first is creating some ingredients sprites procedurally, and I had this kind of cool idea with this tool, right? I'm gonna set up an 8x8 grid, right? But we're mirroring the X value here, which means it'll mirror whatever we do on the left on the right. And this is just a really bizarre tool that I found a long time ago for this very purpose. And how this works is, you see here in the top left, we've got body/empty, right? What that means is, let's say we fill all of this with that, right? If we generate this, what's going on here is anything that we paint with body/empty will either it basically has a chance of not being there. Like every pixel has a chance of not being there, and it will be colored with sort of like the main color of whatever you select. We probably won't do colors because we have to do Game Boy stuff. Then you've got body/border. So what this will do is basically it'll always be there, but some of it will basically be the outline color. So there's like a lot more black here. Then you've got always border. So I'll just sort of do like the dark border colors. And always body. So instead of random body, it will just always fill, right? So with all this stuff, we can create a system where basically if we do, basically we should be able to create a quite organic looking thing. If we basically sort of make this look like part of a plant or a tree or something. We should be... Let's change it to 1-bit mode. Maybe we'll leave it on that whilst we figure it out. But I remember getting some really good... You know, like, the ingredients are going to be so abstract anyway, right? They're 8x8 tiles, and they could just be random ass ingredients. So even like already, so like that could be a mushroom. Right there. You know what I'm saying? Now... What should always be a border? Thanks for the follow on Twitch, Salvasar. I'm just thinking if... I think we should erase this top bit. It'll take a little bit of messing around. Nah, it's not random enough. You know what I think is the problem? Because of the tile size, 2 tiles for the stem is just way too much. Let's try again. And we'll just have to not mirror. What about that? Oh, there we go. It's more like what I was thinking. There's some like random, you know, like random twigs or leaves or whatever that some of this stuff could easily be. Easily. Trying to think like how we want to color some of this. Like that smash button. True, Jeremiah. Well said. I was trying to just make placeholder art for a deck builder, and good grief, I'm so bad at even simple pixel art. I know the feeling, man. Like, I'm not great at pixel art, but I've gotten a lot better at it over the years. I've always been... Most of the games that I've worked on, I was like the designer slash coder. But the more time I spend practicing, the better I get at it. And yeah, I just procedurally generate as much as I can, and then kind of sometimes it's better to start from scratch for me, but sometimes it's better to start with something. But I definitely feel you there, bud. It takes a real long time to pick up pixel art, but I wouldn't let it be too disheartening. Just stick to it, you'll get there. And look, if you're just looking for placeholder art, maybe even look at some tools for procedural generation, or maybe even just find some assets packs if it's placeholder. It's definitely better to force yourself to just make something. Don't get me wrong. It's 100% better to force yourself to create original art, because that's how you get better. But if it's getting in the way of you learning other things and getting better at other things, if you just can't get a project off the ground because you're struggling with something, I always just say, like, if you're stone locked, you just do whatever you can to get out of that stone lock, so you can stay productive. I played a couple of deck builder games in paper card format. Pretty fun and interesting. I really love, is it called June Imperium on Steam? We streamed it to members a while ago. That's sort of a deck builder. I'm actually preferring the look of some of these colored sprites. Instead of the 1-bit mode. Even though we're making Game Boy stuff, we can't use these sprites exactly, but I think we can recolor them. Here's what I want to do, though. Let's generate like 1,000 of them. Like, some of this stuff is like perfect. What I'm just skimming through because I'm thinking, like, something that looks like, are we having things that look like ground up leaves? Are we having things that look like little twigs or branches? Are we having things that could look like some sort of seed or dried mushroom? And as long as we are, I'm just gonna move on. And we'll bash out a load of these. We'll select a load of good ones. I can only generate 500 at a time. Imagine. You know what? What's up, Nobunaga? Thanks for talking about the stream. Hope you're doing good, bud. Could barely read your name. This is the black color. I'm great, thanks, dude. Yeah, some of these look pretty good. I think what I might do is go to A Sprite and then just do like an 80 by 80 project. I will just start. Good conversation start usually though. Yeah, sure. I mean, I can barely see your name, but I can now have read it once. I feel like it's not too bad. I swear, like, some the thing is as well, like some apps for reading chat, I'm pretty sure have an option that, like, if someone has an unreadable color, that it changes it. But I haven't seen that in a while. I don't know what happened to that. So yeah, it's not the biggest deal. I'm going to create a project for this in items, and I will just call it ingredients. And then I'm going to copy this to clipboard. I'm going to paste this in here. These are random potion ingredients. Creating potions. Basically, we need an alchemy thing going on for the game jam, right? So, what kind of game am I making? I'm competing in the... well, competing. We're doing it just for fun, really, in the PirateSoftware game jam that's going on right now. I'm making a Game Boy game in GB Studio. It's going to be a Game Boy Color game. And the theme of the jam is shadows and alchemy. So I'm making a top-down 2D game where you have to craft potions that you then throw, and when they smash, they like create a shadow that you then use to sneak past enemies. Ooh, that looks really good. So right now, we'll want to build out a system for just finding and looting the ingredients. Yeah, basically, yeah. It's going to be pretty small scale, obviously, because we're making it in like 7 days. I'll show you real quick what the plan is. In fact, I'll show you what we've got so far. So this is what we've got so far. All the art and stuff is kind of somewhat placeholder. The most important thing for any game jam is that you just have a game that works. But anyway, yeah, we've got a character system and like, you know, collisions and stuff that actually work. We can fire giant potions at the minute. And if we fire a potion at this spot specifically, it does actually create a shadow. So we're actually done pretty good considering that's what we just did in 2 sessions. So, oh yeah. And so here's what we're going to do today. Right now I'm prototyping. I'm going to basically create a prototype system for, like I said, loot and ingredients. Then we're going to create a prototype system for crafting potions. And then we're going to link all of our systems together so that basically, you know, instead of just doing infinite potions, we'll make it so you have to loot, then craft, and then that potion is used to create the shadows. So that's the plan. And once all of that is done, that means all of our sort of core unique mechanics that are sort of like question marks of whether it's even possible to do in GB Studio, because this is all on a Game Boy. There's so much we could go into about why a lot of this is more complicated than it sounds because you're working with GB Studio. But those are the key question marks that I'm not unsure about. Everything else about the game is just like normal stuff we'll definitely be able to do. Once those are done, then we need to flesh out and sort of start to finalize a game design document, because that's also a major part of how you're judged by the judges in a game jam. So I don't know if we'll get as far as working on that game design document today, but that's the plan right now. So I'm getting a little bit, that's kind of interesting, maybe. A little bit stone locked here, but I just wanted to instead of just have like basically you know, like just squares or something for all of the prototype system, to actually like just generate something rudimentary that, like, if we don't have time to polish the asset, could be functional and serve its purpose still. So that's why I'm going with procedural generation for a lot of this stuff to start with. If I want to work fast, those almost look like they could be leaves or something. If I want to work fast, I always start with procedural generation, because if you start with procedural generation, you can always go in and edit or just totally redraw it again afterwards. But at least you've got something interesting to look at, instead of just like doing the squares or smiley faces or whatever, you know, like random stuff when you're just doing like programmer art. And in my head, I'm looking for like shapes that sort of look like they could be dried flowers, dried mushrooms, seeds, twigs, leaves, that sort of a thing. A minute has got cut out. Everything looks good on my end. I'm good, buddy. Thanks for the heads up, though. That could be like a twig or something. This is already a lot, to be honest. Probably just gonna... I want like... Let's get at least one more that looks like it could be some sort of dried plant or something. Maybe this. So many things true. Third line from the bottom, relatively central, got a blue leak looking graphic. Let's have a look. Oh. Oh, this. I don't know if that's what you meant, but that's good. Oh, that's kind of good there as well. So anyway, one thing we need to bear in mind about this is that they have to be colored differently in the end. We'll explain that in just a moment. Right, what I'm going to do is now, that's it for this seed. Because I want to create another pattern to procedurally generate from. Just to keep things a little bit more interesting and varied. So this is a pattern that we're sort of generating from here. What I actually... what I want to do is... I want... to do something like this. What's up, Kappa Nerd? Thanks so much for the stream, dude. Hope you're doing good. This looks kind of good. I'm going to stop once I've filled up this second row. Right, that's good. That's good. We'll collect a few of these that look like lots of little things, like little, you know, potentially little seeds or whatever, and then we'll create like some big fat singular seeds probably. It's almost like some deformed bean. This one almost looks like a jalapeno. A few leaf pile looking ones as well. Sure, we could try something like that. Right, what I'm going to do now is... oh my god. What we should do is close this session, create a new one, and then we'll mirror both axes. And then we'll do basically this. Interesting. Some actual kind of interesting looking sprites here. I don't know if they're actually all necessarily what we're looking for. But we could save some of these for some other stuff. That looks kind of good. That almost looks like it could be some sort of conquer or something like that. That's really good. That definitely could be something as well. Maybe an eye or something like that. A beetle. Kind of would like to see this. Oh, hang on. Let me. The output scale isn't at its max either. We can't change it after the fact, annoyingly. Let's have a look at this one zoomed in. Sure. I saw one sprite I want to... Ooh, there's a couple of sprites that would be kind of nice to save, potentially, but... that just look nice for other stuff that I don't know what we're going to do with. Let's just... What do we do? Let's just go to a sprite again. Create another new project. And just do, like... Sometimes random ass patterns being generated by the computer that are super abstract when you're working on such a with such a low pixel count can actually inspire all kinds of things in game. Because to me, this, I don't know, this here on the left, it almost looks like it's a good sprite to maybe act as some sort of beacon or light or something, to maybe signify something in the UI, or just catch the player's attention potentially. This here almost looks like some sort of magical item, like a shield or something. And this looks like it's got like an emerald encrusted into it. Something like that. So I think what we should do is we just save another project. Are we in the correct game directory here? Yeah, we are. We don't really know if it's items or props, to be honest, but we'll do it under items for now. Just say random sprites. Just in case you want to come back to that. And then you're just thinking turtle? Hell yeah. Turtle's good. Ooh, look at this. Oh shit. Did I not select it? That's good as well. Now, some of the all of this will have to be recolored and textured slightly for it to work on GB Studio, but that's fine. Right, so now we can. I'm up for trying the idea of pile of leaves or something. It's going to be pretty abstract to do something like that, but might as well just fill the last couple of slots with something. So the best way to do like a pile of leaves or something is going to be to sort of remember, like, a lot of this is sort of this mouse struggling to have connection because the Mac's behind the other desk over there. Many of these things have a random chance of not appearing. I think actually maybe if we cut out the edge pieces, it'll work better. That's pretty good. RNGs is true. That's pretty good. There's some good ones there. That actually really does look like a pile of leaves. Like, just straight up. It looks like a Game Boy version of a pile of leaves. All right, chat. Got one. I'm not going to do any more for now, other than just one last one. So, which one would you like? I'll let you choose the last. I'll let you choose the last one. This one's kind of good. It's sort of two-tone a little bit. Now can we brew some tea to pacify the enemies? That's a fucking awesome idea. What kind of game am I making? I've entered a game jam where in the game jam you've got to make a game within 14 days and you've got to do a game design document for it to submit as well. And the game has to run in a web browser, and it also has to adhere to the themes of shadows and alchemy. So our idea is I'm going to make a Game Boy Color game that can actually run on a real Game Boy and also in the browser and on PC and stuff. And it's going to be, it's top-down 2D game where you have to loot ingredients to craft potions, and then you can throw the potions, and when they smash in certain spots they'll create shadows that will allow you to sneak past enemies and monsters. So we get the shadows and the alchemy. What's the icon for? A random ingredient for a potion. So it could be some leaves, some berries, or some seeds. Anything like that. It's like a fly. It kind of does, actually. This almost looks like a little thing of flowers. The green on the right there. Now, what's going on is like so much more complicated with like, and it's honestly so fucking annoying, right? But we should be good. Basically, I've been having issues with my audio setup, but what's so annoying about it is, right, my streaming setup is complicated. It uses like 3 different computers because I do all different kinds of content, right? And what's actually happening is keeps failing us is a piece of software called VIA. Yeah, whatever, Java. Sorry, not VIA, Dante. Dante is basically a protocol for sending audio over networks. And the thing is, it is like it's like industry standard. It's used in like lots of venues and all different kinds of production. It's supposed to be like the shit for sending stuff over network. But it's so annoying because a small percentage of the time it just randomly shits the bed. And it's so fucking dumb because I had to buy a license for it for every computer that used it as well. So it's like the fact that it's supposed to be so fucking fancy or whatever, but it keeps letting us down is dumb. I'm going to get rid of it. But today, we used to rely on it for the entire sort of audio system for the setup. And because of the problems we've been having with it, yeah, definitely, Jeffrey, I would appreciate that. So today, just because I needed to work on the game, but I needed to fix the issue, I redid the setup to use as little VIA as possible so that the streaming software will still function without it. Because yesterday when it shit the bed, I just had to end the stream because the software needed to be reset. So what I've done is I've set up a different piece of software just using voice meter on 2 different computers so that only one mic is now using Dante. And so if it does shit the bed, it's like that the audio setup for the mic that just needs to be reset and the mixers need to be reset and we'll be back up and running. So that's what just happened. So my solution to the stream not totally going to shit because of VIA shit in the bed worked that I did today. But yeah, VIA's still shit in the bed. So at some point, I will I'll just end up running an audio cable from one PC to another for the microphone just to fucking get rid of it. It's either that or buy another voice meter license for the Mac, which probably would be worth it, to be honest. But it's so fucking dumb. I've got like 2 voice meter licenses for each PC. I've got 3 fucking Dante licenses for both 2 PCs and the Mac, and they're still having fucking issues. And all of this is because I wanted to go digital instead of having more hardware in this room because it's already a tiny room filled with equipment. Man. Anyway, rant over. Would you like to update now? Yeah. It's fine. We'll sort it. It honestly, when at one point my audio setup was like just hardware mixers and cables, and it was like it took up so much room, but it was rock solid, but it wasn't totally the best audio quality. And I kind of want to just go back to being reliant on hardware instead of software for the audio because of all these reasons, but it's going to be too expensive. Unless I could figure it out with what we've got lying around. But anyway, let's get to work. Okay, so what we need to do now is, for anyone that doesn't know, we'll briefly explain this and then we'll crack on. Here's the main project to demonstrate it. So here we've got a grass tile, a water tile, a lava tile, and a random brick tile, right? However, GB Studio requires that every sprite, I'll show you, originate in the OG Game Boy Color palette. You see this down at the bottom here. It's like green and stuff, right? So this has to become this. And then in GB Studio, the way we're getting color here is by creating a series of palettes. So this is our grass palette, for example. And then we paint the palettes on afterwards. So one of the many complications of making a Game Boy game. So we now need to Game Boyify basically our ingredients. So what we're going to do is duplicate this layer. I'm going to zoom all the way in. And then do a save. And then I've got the two palettes the GB Studio and the Game Boy uses right here. And let me just take a sip. The key thing to bear in mind is transparency is essentially not a thing. The way it works is by assigning this color to not appear. So that means for sprites, this is specifically for sprites. For backgrounds, you can use a fourth color, which is why backgrounds are so important for working with GB Studio and stuff. So that leaves us with 3 colors. Thank you for the sub on YouTube, by the way. I appreciate that, Louise. That's why some of my games I got are just unplayable on my advanced, but fine on my old Game Boy. I'm not sure about that. Could be. So the darkest color is a pretty simple one to work out. So this probably needs to be broken down like this. And then this is going to have to be this color. And then all of this bottom bit is going to have to be this other color. But we keep in a layer underneath, right? I can actually label these layers as well. I made it a radish. Kind of did, actually. So I'm using this selection tool just so we can actually use the fill tool and stuff and go through each tile one by one, because obviously we're working on one massive image here. So this is kind of interesting. Change into the pencil tool again. Make sure all of this stuff is right. Sometimes when the colors are really close in hue or whatever, it's potential disaster to figure out. All right, that looks good. This is trippy because these colors here are very close to be in the right color palette in the first place. I'm not sure. Oh, this one kind of looks like maybe some dried mushrooms or something. Again, we can color them after. This is getting a little too out. You know what? Because this is mostly one color, it could have some shade. Let me roll this back a little. Sap could also work. True. I'm just going to focus on the outline first here, because actually some of these other colors, let's go with if you're actually doing shading, you want to make sure it sort of maps out to the light colors are light and the dark colors are dark, basically. That, I think, is the move with that one. Doesn't matter if it's gibberish at this point. This is really just potential placeholder art that, and honestly, this might just be part of the UI. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter if it's quite abstract. In a way, it kind of makes sense for it to be abstract. We're talking about tiny little ingredients for a potion in a Game Boy game. At the end of the day, it's going to be extra abstract. Okay. So shit. Still works. I could definitely fine tune it later for sure, yeah. The main thing we need to do is prototype all the stuff in our to-do list. And we need to be fast because, oh, I actually forgot to say earlier, I think, I thought it would be funny. I don't normally stream game development content. I've, up to this point, mostly been a Valheim content creator, but I've always wanted to get into streaming game dev because it's like one of my greatest passions. And one of the main things that I'm sort of known for on the channel with Valheim content is doing crazy gameplay challenges and speedruns. So I thought it'd be funny to sort of launch doing game dev content by essentially doing a game jam challenge run where I've given myself half of the allotted time by entering the game jam halfway through. So you're supposed to have 14 days, but we have 7. I'm more interested in the thought process of sprite tuning for performance. Interesting. But definitely feel free to ask any questions. I know like got a lot of people in the community that won't be familiar with anything to do with game dev. Kind of went a bit out there with that one. Don't know what the fuck that looks like anymore. It's fine. Speedrun game building. That's the new concept to me. And yeah, it was like concept for direction. Thank you. Green mouse. I like that. The only reason I felt confident enough to do this is because I one time entered a 2-day game jam with 1 day left to spare because I was too busy making games for my day job at the time. And I was making a game for a client. It just like the project just like went long over the weekend. And I had a friend stay in as well. That was the other thing. So I ended up making a game in like 12 hours or something ridiculous. So we'll be able to do this. Things might get really hectic at some point. They always do towards the end of game jams. It just gets manic. We should be able to get this done. I do think it's a fun way to introduce people to game dev content just because it's sort of a unique scenario where you get to see the whole process from start to finish. Bow, 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 bow. Also, for years, whenever I do game development, I basically listen to video game soundtracks. And all these streams are getting claimed by frickin' Square Enix and you know, every other company whose soundtrack we're listening to, but I can't not do it. I can't game dev without listening to game soundtracks. It feels weird. Oh, we missed something. There we go. Extra points if you figure out how to throw in an Atari minigame. Alright, why not? Fuck it. Why not? Wait, no, we fucked this up. This needs to be this as well. We'll have to go over these again at the end. Can't really... Maybe we should have made the background a different color for this. Fuck it, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna say it's like really hard to tell what's background and what's sprite here, but it doesn't really matter, does it? The shape is mostly gibberish. Anyway. Okay, looks good. I guess it, well, I say it looks good. I don't fucking know what it looks like, but... I mean, honestly, we generated 20. Even if we only use a fraction of that. If we end up with some usable stuff out of it, it's pretty great. You know what, actually? This could work better if it was like basically like this. You know, like no outline. Yeah, we'll see if we regret that decision later. Well, this one's kind of the same, right? Similar vibe. Art style wise, we don't really know like how much we're going to rely on outlines or not yet. It's too early. And honestly, it's not, we don't really have to figure that out either for a game jam. Is if the art's like good or even decent or even just functional, it wouldn't really matter if there's like little sort of inconsistencies with like, oh, some stuff has outlines, some stuff doesn't has outlines, and there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason why. In a game jam, you wouldn't really worry about something like that. I mean, I think the intention, I wouldn't want to put words in his mouth, but PirateSoftware is basically saying like, what one of the prizes, for example, is like they'll pay the fee, the $100 fee or whatever to put your game on Steam. The idea is kind of that what we're really making is hypothetically a prototype. But obviously we're going to try and make said prototype as polished as possible. Ooh. All right, mate. Have a good sleep. Thanks for the look, bud. Have a good one. 2 pixels on the previous one are still purple. Oh, we already fixed that. I think. Do. You know what? This also could work really good like this. Because the pattern is actually kind of nice. And how it spreads out its shading. Wow, that's kind of weird now. Well, yeah, that's fine. Let's not get stunlocked too much on some of this stuff because we need to be fast. Okay. I like this one. This looks like a piece of hanging fruit or something like that. Okay. It's not worth. What the fuck's going on here? Classic A sprite bugs. Yeah, we'll do it like this. Yeah, that's good. I think something like this. Maybe then this. Some of this isn't right. There we go. This is definitely one of the better ones. I think when we're mixing and matching colors, kind of makes it a little bit more sense to stick with outlines and stuff. Because then you can kind of just, the others just contrast more against each other like that. All right. I don't know what I think about the ones without outlines. Like this one, for example. Could we do this? Yeah. Well. Yeah, I think it does look better like that. think it might start to look weird if we try and do this, but let's have a look. Doesn't really look like anything anymore. It's losing all of its form. Honestly, all of these ones might be better like that. Yeah, it's gonna be way better like that. Just like when you're working with so few colors and such a low thing. I mean, how these were originally generated, obviously it was with a bigger color palette. And then I think we need to touch up a couple more, a tiny bit. I don't want to get stone locked on this, but I think it's going to be worth it if we just see something obvious. Yeah, that's a lot better. Yeah, there's a few like odd gaps like over here. Probably just sort of do I think it's that's better. Are there any other like weird outline scenarios? There's one right there. Nah, I think we've fixed it. Okay. My God, let me just use this. I set up this other mouse. Well, it's working fine now. Let me just quickly chuck something in a test directory. Can I actually just export from a selection like this? I can't. All right, let's do that then. I think if I no. I'm just thinking. Here's the problem. If these are all going to be different colors, I think they just all have to be different sprites. We can't use one sprite sheet. Because if it's one sprite sheet, They'll all end up using the same color palette. And then we'd have to recolor it after the fact. So it's just not worth it. So instead, what I'm going to do is this. Boom. File. Export. Sprites. We should probably create a folder that's called ingredients. What the fuck is this first one even going to be, guys? But we don't want to get stun locked on names. So let's maybe just do SP underscore. Ingredient 1. Oh. Since when did we have a frame of animation? No, we're still good. I was worried then that we like copied something over to a second frame of animation. That would suck. Okay. Export. Ingredient 1. Ingredient 2. Just double check this is actually working correctly. Nope. Absolutely not. It is not. Okay. Don't know what we did differently before, but this is going to be very annoying then. my god. At least we're gonna get a second look at a lot of these because I can see a couple of mistakes already. Lots of parts of game development are extremely tedious. And it's a part of it that almost nobody talks about. And I think it's also a part of it that puts some developers off. Like even experienced developers in other sort of tech fields, I think can be put off by the sheer quantity of what can at times be extremely mundane tasks. Just because the scope of a game is, oftentimes much greater than the scope of, some website or app or whatever. Usually. Obviously not always. That right? Yep. You still there, chat? You've gone quiet. Okay. Nice. Thank you for the confirmation, Zine Dawn. Still here, still enjoying? Oh, thanks, Jeffrey. All right. Ingredient 1. Overwrite that shit. Export. Ingredient 2. Overwrite that shit. Export. Ingredient 3. Export. Ingredient 4. I'm gonna save my voice and not say every single order. Oh shit. I keep catching certain pixels out the corner of my glasses and thinking that color's not right, but it is. All right. This is the real shit, chat. This is the real work that no one talks about. Just sitting, going through some mammoth task, one minuscule detail, boring shit at a time. You have to be so passionate about what you're working on to just in your head be like, when this is done, it will be really cool. And sometimes this kind of work is honestly the vibe. You just want to relax. Some like menial game dev related task like this. Some nice music on. It's mundane, and sometimes it can be kind of grueling, especially if you're doing it for a living. But it does take your mind off things. I find I'm so much happier in life in general if I allow myself to spend time making games. It's definitely one of the few things that relaxes my extremely overactive brain. Oh, you're not here. Thanks for letting us know that you're not here, Sasuke. I appreciate that. Good one. Wait, is that right? Wait, is that middle pixel odd to me, but it's just shit on my monitor, I think. Hang on, did I... What the fuck did I just export that as? That wasn't right, was it? Oh, it was. Starting to question myself now. We're like so many layers deep into this. 20, thank fuck for that. Jesus. I'm just quite pleased you decided to share and stream the dev stuff. Oh, honestly, me too, dude. It's so stressful as a content creator to, you know, decide to do something totally out there compared to normal content. And it's like, you know, yeah, it's so stressful for lots of reasons. I genuinely do rely on the income from what I do to pay my bills and stuff. And it doesn't matter really what it is. Like, if it's something different to what you normally do, before we do this, let's actually make sure they're all imported. And like, yeah, whenever it doesn't matter what you do when you do something different, like it is not gonna do as well most of the time. You just have to like be committed enough that hopefully like some eventually it catches on, or like one of the different things you do really works. And like that is how has happened in general on my channel, because at the end of the day, I do have like a few videos that do super well in other games, but it's just a stressful thing to do. And the worry about Are we back? There we go. Yeah, you see, I've like figured out like the issue to the point where when it goes down, I can recover it. I'm sure this part doesn't accelerate the dev process. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I've been streaming for so long, I'm used to having to deal with technical issues. It used to like really, really upset me when I had issues and stuff on stream, but I'm kind of more used to it now. Well, it's not just being used to it. What, you know what it is? It's like just I've literally been doing this shit for so long. Like I can't stress how long, like, you know, basically doing content creation for like a decade is in the grand scheme of things. Like, so many people just do it for a few years, you know what I mean, or a year or whatever. And I just learn over time that the best way to get something fixed and figure it out on stream is just to stay calm, stay relaxed, and also like you can't let it upset you because it's going to ruin the content when you do manage to fix it. Right. Let me just create a quick test actor and assign it this to just double check. Oh, I know why it'll be like that. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it does work like that. That actually looks kind of good. Like, that looks like a thing, kind of. Considering, you know, how quick we've been. I feel like that's okay. So collisions and stuff. Yeah, I know we should probably make it fixed direction. So the reason it was invisible is because the sprite was set up with multiple animations and directions. And the direction that we were looking at wasn't set up right, so I changed direction. That's where we saw it. That's what just happened in the level editor. So anyway, we got to do this for all of them now. Game development, eh? Right. Now I've done it a couple of times. I'm just going to blitz this out. Whenever you think that the mundane tasks are over, you've probably got about double the amount of mundane tasks, if not 10 times the amount of mundane tasks remaining. Oops. We gotta work fast, bro. Saving time where we can is the only way we're gonna get a game made within a week. And that week is rapidly becoming a few days. What the fuck? That would have been a big collision box. Okay. Almost there, and then I'm going to double check them all as well, because we have rushed this. Yo, can I play a game after you make it? Yeah, definitely, dude. I'll release the whole project and source code and stuff on GitHub for free, and the game for free on GitHub and itch.io once I'm done with the game jam. So yeah, you'll be able to play the game, and if anyone's interested in trying to figure out how we made everything and wants to dive into the project, they'll be able to do that too. Okay, so that looks good. Good, 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 good. Hang on, let me start again. I wasn't looking at the animation type. Yeah, good, 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 good. Yeah, okay, cool, boom. Gonna put it up out there for 99 cents a month. We'll all buy it and forget. Then you can retire. True. Now, if people want to buy the game instead of have it for free, they could just donate. Okay, so you know what we could do? This is a little bit of fun. And to test something is... Oh, no, we can't. Because we're... We don't even... You can't, it's not, it wouldn't even be possible to have every single one displayed as an actor. Okay. Because Game Boy things. We can only have 20 actors on screen at the same time. We've already got 2. Okay, so now we've got sprites set up. I mean, they're not colored yet, but I think we'll come back to coloring them because I think it doesn't matter as much, just for the purposes at least of what we're doing right now. So let me just go back to this view again. Let me reset my mind after all of that. So the question is, how do we want to actually loot? In my head, let's actually do this. Oh, actually, you know what? We should probably do a commit after all that. Create ingredients, sprites. Let's call this ingredients looting. How shall we loot? In my head, it's either we basically pick loose ingredients up off the ground. So we just see it on the ground and we walk up to it, basically. Or loot chests. Chests contain random loot. Make it a little bit bigger for you guys. Or loot random containers like chests, drawers, cupboards, they all contain random loot, or all of the above, i.e. ingredients could be on the ground or in various containers. Dude, I just thought of something super funny. Maybe this is a really stupid idea, but just let me cook for a second. Maybe how you find ingredients is you go into a room and on entry, game becomes a point and click adventure. You have to find the right things to click on to find the potion ingredients. Options could be as follows. Loose ingredient on a shelf. Chest. Box. Or cupboard. Or hidden in a cup. Or any IRL container. The only problem with this idea is really funny. But it might be too much pixel art to create. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Let me catch up on the chat after that. Maybe the basic shadow stuff could be all over the ground and regenerate slowly over time, and maybe more special ingredients could be in chests. Pots are breakable. Oh yeah, that's true. You could be able to do some without. I was thinking maybe we can like start with level 1 is like there's obviously an ingredient in front of you. You collect it, and that allows 1 potion. And then the further you progress through the game, you need more and more ingredients to make a single potion. Also, levels could start to require more than 1 potion to clear. To solve a little mini game type of thing, and if you do well, maybe you get more. That would be neat, and I think it would work well with Game Boy because it can be a separate scene. Exactly. And the reason why I'm thinking this is because of this. Let me show you guys. If we zoom out of the project here and we create another scene, and we just use this shitty placeholder scene that I hate, and then we just drag our player onto the scene, right? There is actually this point and click mechanic. And it just works like this. I mean, we even already have the arrow. It's the default sprite in DB Studio. And the funny thing about this is that if we actually, for example, plopped an actor over here, right? And we gave it, one of the ingredients. I think if you just do on interact, and then we could just do like, this is just a test, but you got a turnip or something, right? Like it works like automatically, you just click on it. Because like if this was basically the way it works is on interact stuff, like if this was in this 2D mode, this is in now the top down 2D mode that the other one works in. It like you have to kind of like face it basically and be next to it. So question, can you put physics objects in this at all? Nope. No way. I don't even know how you would start to create anything resembling that. Probably via the projectile system, but no, definitely not any. There's no actual physics objects. You may be able to simulate it via some projectile system, maybe, but it would, yeah, get very odd probably. It might be doable, but there's no, they don't exist. So it'd be sort of a hack. There are no physics objects in GB Studio. So like a long time ago, I had this like weird phase of what did I do with it, all of this? I think I still have it somewhere. I can't remember what I did with it. I went through a phase of making like inanimate objects. Oh, here we go. Kind of like for the lols. And like some of this this is like a random dude when I was trying to figure out creating characters. Super weird character. This sort of thing would work, right? In the background. Imagine you got in here and it's like a bookshelf piled all crazy with ingredients kind of wedged in there, almost along the box. Not all nice and neat, all piled funny askew. There could be a way to pull the ingredients out without toppling the stack. Yeah, I know what you're saying. What I'm thinking is, do you know about the game Unpacking? I'm sort of just thinking about a even simpler version of that. You don't know about Unpacking. I'll bring it up. Jacksepticeye's actually played it in this video. But like, it is literally a game where you just organize rooms. I'm literally just thinking like an even simpler, more retro version of just you just click on a thing to collect it. You know what I mean? This game, by the way, is awesome. It is so relaxing and so soothing. I highly recommend Unpacking. Or you literally, it's like you organize bedrooms and bathrooms and shit like that. That's all you do in the game. And you get like, I forget how it works exactly because it's been a while since I played it. but you essentially sort of like score higher the more organized it is. It's such a good game, actually. It's kind of funny that Jacksepticeye was playing it. I didn't know that. So this is any game developer that's ever done any game jam before will know this position that we're in right now. It's extremely common in a game jam to get a certain amount through the project and then come up with one of the potentially best ideas so far. And then find yourself at a crossroads like, this is a fairly big change to the idea. Do we have time for this? Oh, is this going to be too much work? Etc, etc. But I think it could be so funny, though. It could be so, like, is it worth it? Let's think about this. Technically, it's one of the easiest things we could do, which might actually, we got to factor this in. Let's come out of this here now and do like, how easy is this idea to do? Right? Dev-wise, it's probably the easiest thing ever, basically. But it may require a lot more pixel art to be created and be good. So the concern is pixel art. So before we progress, there's two things. Well, there's a few things that we should do. We should first of all, let's think about like potentially procedurally generating stuff. I don't think this is gonna you know, yeah. No. Pixel ain't gonna do it. Let me have a look if there's a way we can maybe kit bash some. There's definitely some kit bashing we can do with some stuff like boxes and stuff like that. You know what? If the perspective on these rooms is different, we could kit bash a lot of the rooms. Which would be a lot of the pixel art. Because I've done that before. With some tweaking, we could make the room backgrounds quite easily. And then it's just going to be like figuring out if we can easily do containers and stuff. So like, this is a tool for kit bashing with pixel art. Super unique. I've never really seen anything like it before. It's called Pixel Bash. And honestly, it's really, it's like still mega early in development and really messy. But it's kind of genius because everything stretches and moves like this, right? And so it can be a really good starting point for lots of different things. But everything he's worked on so far, it seems to be mainly like science fiction, modern-y, techies kind of stuff, which doesn't really fit. And anyway, what we're looking at is like, with this, we can definitely create room backgrounds to a decent standard, but I don't know if we can. We may end up still making like all the containers and shelves and, you know, the props to fill the rooms with. But how I was initially thinking about it was quite zoomed in and high res. If basically what it, right, so I just had a thought that might make this idea easier. If it basically looks like if it looks like this, you know, kind of like a, can you literally not see that? There we go. Okay, what the fuck? Is what's going on stream like super delayed or something? Let me check something. Oh, no, it's good. We're good. Yeah, what if it basically looks like a Pokemon room? You know what I mean? Like, basically, if you just think of, like, Ash's bedroom from Pokemon, the original Pokemon. Jesus Christ. Ash's... Nope. Ash. Bedroom. Pokemon. Red. Blue. Game Boy. Bullet. Oh, this is kind of what I was thinking about, but not quite. Here we go. This is, oh, you can't. Wait, why does the stream keep? It's not the stream. The capture for my Mac is being done up via this plugin. Let me just quickly reset this because it's being so shit. There we go. Um, yeah, I'll make it so you can actually see it. What? What if it sort of looked more like this instead of really zoomed in? So basically just like maybe it would be a little weird. I don't know. If it looks like this, then it doesn't need to be point and click. It's just a room you can explore. Let's go back to this anyway. Keep looking at stuff that could be useful for this idea. There's a crate there, but it's too big, really. I guess it could kind of be used. It would be big. I've just had another idea. Game opening idea. If the way the game works is you have to explore rooms and figure out where potion ingredients are being hidden, then the following could be a great opening to the game. Player character wakes up in her bed to some loud noises / commotion. She says, "What's that?" What's that noise? It's coming from outside. I should go and investigate. Player goes outside and sees a scary goblin. And that the Alchemy Academy is now deserted. Player character says, I should go inside and look for some ingredients to make a potion. It's the only way. It's the only way I can sneak past. Player is then exposed to ingredient looting mechanic. Via a hidden ingredient in the player character's bedroom. Once the first ingredient is found, player character says, I should get to the nearest brewing station. That way, I can turn this into a potion. And a potion is the only way out of here. Player then has to explore outside to find a brewing station. Potion, crafted a station. Do you think that there should be like a like, I don't know if I want it to tell the player to press B to throw a potion or whatever. Or if I just, or if like there's like a better way. I know. When potion is crafted, this is actually funny. Player crafted for the first time, or the first time. Player character says, I should be able to throw this with B. This is fucking so stupid. But I think it's funny when games break the fourth wall like that. And then here as well, where it says I should go inside and look for some ingredients to make a potion. It's the only way I can sneak past. I can investigate by with A. There we go, tutorial done. How about a cave to the north of an old man inside saying, it's dangerous to go alone, take this, and it hands you a potion flask. You can see an elf leaving with a sword on your way in. That's a funny idea. ideas opening. I'll put GDD because this is good for a game design doc as well. So this makes more sense. I just don't know if this will be fun. But I think we can make it fun, even if it doesn't seem fun at first. It makes more sense, right? For like for example, it makes a lot more sense. So basically, before we figure this idea, yeah, we can punch it up a bit. So previously, right, it's sort of like if we just had like a level or whatever, and we had some enemies scattered about, right? And then we were here, and there was like ingredients sort of dotted around, and we just sort of like walk into them, and then either open a menu or go to like a station to craft a potion to make a shadow. It feels really basic and rudimentary in the level design. I just think there's no gameplay cycle really to that. Whereas it makes sort of a lot more sense if you have, you know, some level, right? But like along the path, you know, there's essentially just like buildings and stuff just dotted around, right? And obviously, you know, this can be us, right? And there's still going to be enemies like dotted around. It makes more sense to go into here, and then inside here, you know, have just stuff to do, basically. You know what I mean? Just objects, lots of different objects. That we have to like, you know, walk up to and interact with. And like a random one of these only like a handful, let's say, could actually contain ingredients. And then somewhere else, like let's say like this building down here, be where the crafting station is. So that means that all levels would become like, well, let me finish this idea. So yeah, in here, this would be like where the crafting station is, right? And you can make potions. So this means that all level structure I think I'm going to keep this drawing because it's okay. It means basically that all level structure would basically just become... Let's create a note for this whilst it's in my head. Level structure. And we want this in the game design document. So I'll tag it as that. So this basically means, right? The level structure goes... Player exposed to enemies. Right. Player first led to a loot room with at least one ingredient. If let's just say later in the game, player will have to be strong along to multiple rooms, multiple loot rooms. Then alright, let's put a step here. Oh shit. Let me think. Player must find loot rooms. Then player must find the only or one, let's just stop with the intercapping shit, one of few paths, safe paths to a brewing station. Makes potion / potions. Player must figure out. Oh, why am I doing this with capitals? It's such a terrible habit. Where to place potion / potions. As the game... Oh my god, stop it. As the game progresses, Potions require more ingredients. And levels require more potions. And I think that this could, oh my god, I can't type, could be because the shadow required could get more complex, maybe. So in summary, see threat, find loot room, find ingredients, find brewing station, find where the throw potion, leave safely. Something like that. I like all of this, all of these ideas. I'm now starting to be a little concerned over how fun any of this could be, but like how good of a game it really will be. But I think with stuff like that, we kind of need to build it out first. And if it doesn't seem fun, we make it fun. You know what I mean? We kind of like can't judge it without trying it. But we have figured out a lot of stuff that will end up going in the game design document, which is great. Let me actually see what the main changes are here. Yeah. Add notes for game design document ideas. I'll get that grind on, yeah. We really, like, the game design document is going to be so important. So it's really good that we just fleshed out a bunch of stuff, because before we had a concept, now we have a structure. That we can build around. So, can you speedrun your own game? For sure we can. That could actually be funny. If once the game's finished, we do a stream where I start speedrunning the game. So the first thing we need to do then... What the fuck? Why can't I select everything here? I swear. The fuck? Right, whatever. The first thing we need to do is put a room together. We should probably add some stuff to the list just so we can actually keep track of all of this. So make first background for loot room. Fill loot room with props / containers. What's up, Caden? Thanks for talking about the stream. Hope you're doing good, bud. Make containers lootable. I'm great, thanks, bud. Having fun with this game jam so far. Make brewing station room. In fact, let's change this to just make first loot room, because it's like one task really. Don't want to create too many short tasks. Wish I could compete in it, but too busy. Next time maybe. I feel you, man. It's I was really in two minds of it. Like, I am just like a YouTuber anyway, but I don't make content to do with game dev or anything, which is why so few people are watching right now. But I've been a game developer for years and always wanted to kind of like randomly share making some stuff. And it's like, yeah, I was also like, man, I really need to make other videos, but I made it. I'm just doing it for a week instead of 14 days. But yeah, I feel you. Just doing game jams and working full time is just a lot. I've done it before, but it's brutal. You end up with like no time. I was just telling chat before, like the last game jam I did was like Idle Thumbs game jam. I think it used to be called Wizard Jam years ago, and it was like a weekend game jam, and I think I did it in like at one day in 12 hours because I just didn't have time. Um, right, the first things first is make this loot room. Yeah, I feel you, Caden. Right, yeah, so what we want to do is try and basically pixel bash a loot room together. Four likes, no, it's 4 watching, 2 likes, I feel you. True. I'm looking for potential textures we can create a little bedroom with, basically. Jesus Christ, this UI is so fucked in this piece of software. Literally never works. It's because it's still in development. I think the development of it's been totally abandoned as well. And it's made for PC, and the Mac version is where UI and stuff's dog shit. I'm wondering if this is like a little much. Like this texture, you know what I mean? I don't know if it's going to be a bit overpowering in such a confined space, but there's something that I've used before that works really good for what I want to do. but I'm not seeing it right now. Yeah, I've used this thing quite a lot. Not enough to be like an expert at it, but I swear. Oh, that's kind of interesting. It's like a decal essentially. Let me just check this game that I'm working on. Because, yeah, like, where did I get those textures? This is actually, yeah, this other plank thing I've got is better. But I like that wall texture. Oh, you guys can't see it. It's tiny because obviously it's Game Boy res, but... Hmm. Uh... What's up, C-Wage? It's going good, thanks, mate. Design-wise, we really progressed far today. We've not, like, dev-wise, we've not done much. We've just made a lot of ingredients, assets. But I would still say it's really, like, good progress. Um, I'll show you the ingredients that the assets I'm talking about. These are basically just random potion ingredients. They're not even set up correctly yet. But we've got like the Game Boy versions of them into the system. We've not got palettes for them yet. But this is just something I'm just getting started with, basically. Top-down plate. That's not it. I can't fucking find... Alright, I'm gonna have to just... start adding everything just to find what I'm looking for. It can't be any of those. Actually, at this point, it's just going to be faster to just draw it anyway. It's not quite. Um, Dude, why does nothing fucking work in this software? Unless I'm doing fucking Windows. How? Whatever, bro. The Mac version is dog shit. This isn't quite right, but maybe this is what I did. That works, actually. That works now as sort of like a skating board or whatever. We just need to figure out, like, in fact, for reference, can we actually... The fuck is wrong with the internet that this isn't like... So... Dude, the capture for my Mac today has just been like absolutely dog shit as well. Seems to like keep randomly lagging behind. Seems like laggy. I don't know. Anyway, I'll just carry on. What? See, now it's just completely shit in the bed. I know. Oh, I think I fixed it. Basically, yeah, I'm streaming my Mac to my stream PC because I don't have like a capture card spare. So I'm not set up for that yet. Because obviously it's connected to the gaming PC. So I figured this would just be fine. So I'm using like the NDI plugin to stream it to my stream PC so you guys can see what I'm doing on my Mac. It's also the most convenient way to do it. But it was set on experimental mode, it says, for super low latency. Which is absolutely not necessary when you're watching me use a computer, basically. So what I was looking at anyway, before it shit the bed. Oh, it's still continuing to shit the bed, it looks like. So it's not fixed at all. Nice. I'm just thinking like, a way I could just. Let me actually see if I have this old plugin available installed on my stream PC. I do. Right. Give me a minute, chat. I think I can fix some of these issues with the capture on stream. There is a different OBS plugin that exists. That I remember being more reliable. All right. Let me quickly close down this OBS on my computer and reset it. Nope. Almost done, chat, I think. Boom. Not boom just yet. Give me one more second. Almost sorted this out. This should fix some of these bullshit problems with the capture on screen randomly shit in the bed. Okay. Is the quality looking decent now? Should be fine. Oh my god. Look at how much more responsive it is. How much better it is. Fucking crazy. Right, I'm just gonna leave it at that. The screen quality should be fine, right? Oh, where was we actually at? So what I was doing was I was thinking about looking at how in Pokemon they did do like this sort of proportions of wall to floor. Actually seems to be seems to sort of vary. I don't think it matters. I think we're getting too in the weeds. Let's just... Does this look right, first of all? I'm actually not sure. The proportions of that are right. That's probably better. Right, then we're just gonna do this, and this is really gets super weird because go to A Sprite, go to new. This program basically does this, right? So then what we're gonna do is I'm gonna do new again. We're gonna create a room that's a resolution of the Game Boy, which is 160 by 144. And we're gonna do that. And then we're going to turn the grid on. And then we're going to select this. I want to paste this here. Damn, that floor is not going to tile pretty. That could be a really big problem. So we don't want to cut off like too much of the room, do we? I think the proportions are fucked on this. floor. Okay. Okay. We need to like leave room for props and stuff. In fact, yeah, I think what we need to do is something like this. Because there needs to be rooms for props. Essentially wherever it makes sense. You know what I mean? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, perfect. Pretty good eyeball in there. Got 3 on either side and then 1, 2. Okay. That's pretty good. The planks are fucking so crazy though. They're so big, dude. But it is a Game Boy game. Like, does that matter? I think we leave it for now. So we need to save this as a project first so we can kind of come back to it and like kind of use it as a maybe a template for other rooms. My house. Um, it's gonna have to be flattened anyway. Because it needs to be colored. This is where things get interesting. We could start selecting and replacing colors. But I think it's going to be better to just eyeball it. And just actually, when I say eyeball it, I mean just paint it. So that's obvious. Let's do all of the dark colors that are also obvious. I'm not sure about stuff down here yet, but I think it will look better if this was that as well, to be honest. Like when you see Game Boy games using like just straight up black for some floor textures like this for outlines, I think it actually can look really good. I think like me getting bogged down on proportions, like with this texture on the floor, it's like a good example of like something we just shouldn't get bogged down with in a game jam, because like ultimately the result of a game jam, it is gonna be a game, but really like should be like kind of like a prototype for what hypothetically could be a more polished, refined version of it if you continued working on it, you know, after the game jam. That's sort of the spirit of this jam in particular anyway. It even says as such in the rules and that. The reason why I'm doing this by hand is that, you know, you could just select a color and say, make this color that color, right? But sometimes if you just doing it by hand, it's like you get to be a little creative, because like what the computer would do if you did that isn't necessarily the best possible outcome all the time. think this is actually going to look even better when we're done with it than it did before, actually. It's a little bit more minimalist, isn't it? Than all these different shades. Oh, I don't know about that one. Let's go back a couple there. Now we have to remember this is all one image that's going to be colored with the same 4 colors to start with. We can hypothetically paint different palettes in different parts of it, of course. It's just something to bear in mind. What's the get? Oh, thank you. I'm currently working on a jam game. I entered the PirateSoftware's game jam. The theme is shadows and alchemy, and we have like 14 days to make a game. But just for added challenge, I decided to give myself 7 instead of 14. So we're doing it in half the time, the walls. And I decided to use GB Studio. So we're basically making a Game Boy Color game that will actually get running on a Game Boy and stuff. Just for fun. You had any malware for him Sunday? I know Sunday. You know, the funny thing is, like, they're making it so it has to just be all... Because of people doing that, it has to be... Like, you have to submit the browser version. And also, game design document has to be Google Doc. Like, you can't, like, send any files now. I guarantee a bunch of people are... Well, I've already sent some sussy things that have been submitted right out the gate. So people definitely still trying to do it. We need to order this by brightness for this specific scenario. So this needs to be this, and this needs to be this. No real other options there. These windows are a little bit of an issue, because they don't fit within 8x8 tiles comfortably. Thanks for the follow, Dandy, on Twitch. I appreciate that. I hope you're doing good, bud. Someone will find a way, definitely. This is gonna have to be this. think just out of interest, are you making Atlas texture, or are you making the environment in sections? What I'm doing is I'm right now I'm working on an interior, right? So for an interior, I'm just gonna make, because it's a GB Studio thing, right? I'm gonna do interiors just. I'm just baking them in because they're essentially an almost entirely background. So it's just an image, right? So I'm just going to make most of the interiors in Sprite, just as one flat image. For exteriors, I'm going to build them in tiled. So for tiled, I will have a tile set that I then, paint on the tiled map. So I use tiled sort of as a level editor in that sense. And then that'll also get exported as an image that will just be a background. Because he kind of it's all about backgrounds with GB Studio. Because he's so limited. Yeah, I got you, mate. So basically the answer is both. I'm making certain things like interiors, and basically just drawing interiors, or I am kit bashing a little bit in terms of using certain tools to. I might still procedurally generate or try and pull some textures from other images to start to put together textures in interiors. But for the most part, interiors are just essentially being drawn, and then just as one image, and then exteriors, where most of the level design is going to happen via a tile set that are drawing tiled. I can actually show you. We've not done any level design. We just have a test area. So this test area that we're using just to prototype basic mechanics and stuff. This just exists. This is basically just an image. First of all, in our background folder, right? It's just that. And how we work with that, because obviously it seems like chaos, is we have a tiled project for the game. So if I open tiled up, oh, we already did open tiled up, I didn't realize. So here is our tile set. The color ones we're actually using was actually just using as more of a key to know what's what. So this tiled is actually what we're using as our level editor. And so these are this is our tile set that we're painting with here. I'm just baking this into an image. Yeah, so that's basically our process. Looks like a pretty strict engine and used to Unreal. It's a Game Boy, dude. It's literally a Game Boy. I don't know if you know about GB Studio, but basically this is a Game Boy emulator that's running right now when we like run the game. And so GB Studio is like a free open source project where they've figured out how to sort of systemize and break down all of the basic elements of Game Boy games. So this is there's a lot going on here, obviously, to sort of like create an engine for the Game Boy. So yeah, everything has to work in a Game Boy. So this is a straight up a real Game Boy game. Like I don't know if there's a build in the build folder yet because we've not been doing any. No, not yet. But basically, I can show you in this other game that I'm working on. Like look, basically, literally just exports a ROM that will actually just run in an emulator. Like if I launch this, this will open in OpenMU. You good, dude? Feel free to ask questions. Yeah, so like this is, you know, an emulator I actually used to press play games. Like this is a project I was also working on in my spare time. That is actually yeah, a Game Boy game. Where I plan to actually release that game for Game Boy like properly. Where I'm gonna actually get a cartridge made and everything. Yeah, so it is everything. It's very it's quite extreme, the restrictions that I have, but it also is kind of fun. You know what I mean? I don't know about these windows. So what people do when they have motivation, what language do you use in there? The ROM export is Ace. Yeah, it's actually so sick because well, first of all, it's all just visual scripting. You can there is some sort of text-based stuff for just running essentially engine commands. I'm pretty new to it though. I've only been working with it for a month or two. But I'm absolutely loving it. What was the other question? Oh no. So yeah, you said about the ROM export. It also can export to the web, where it actually just bakes in an open source emulator. I don't know why I just got a brain fart. It's 2 a.m. for me. So yeah, you can actually export a web version, which is sick. which is good because I have to for this jam. And then also, I don't know if you're familiar with the Analog Pocket at all, but it can directly export for the Analog Pocket, which is like a really fancy Game Boy that Game Boy aficionados like. That's very expensive. Yeah, so it's really sick. BLT was awesome. Fresh tomato, nice. Oh, Zine Thorn attempt to, oh, you're in Twitch chat as well. Nice, you legend. Okay, let me figure out these windows. I think maybe in order for this to work, you could only draw 4 colors at a time per tile. So I think in order for this to work, it needs to be like this, basically. Yeah, we can draw 4 colors per 8x8 tile. Because basically the way it works is let me quickly have a look at the last time I did a window like this. Something isn't right. Yeah, basically the way that, so basically GB Studio is emulating both a regular Game Boy and the Game Boy Color. The fuck? What's going on with my Mac? Wait, let me think about this. No, that's a dumb way to do it. So I'm doing the right, I know, I'm doing the right thing. I'm from Lancashire, but I've been living in Yorkshire for a long time. Anyway, yeah, as I was saying, we're getting too hung up on pixel art here. We should be being far more rudimentary at this stage in the jam about this stuff. Um, yeah, so the engine essentially is emulating a Game Boy original Game Boy and the Game Boy Color, right? And if you remember, the way that used to work is that um Game Boy Color games could work on original Game Boy, basically, and vice versa, right? But when you did so, playing those games, they were essentially the same games on the original Game Boy without color. And then it would sort of like colorize it on a Game Boy Color. So that's actually exactly how GB Studio works. Um, um, some games, not all games, Zine Thorn, but some games worked both ways, I believe. But anyway, so every single image that you import has to be colored in the OG Game Boy Color palette. So you're locked in. For backgrounds, you have 4 colors. For sprites, you have 4 colors. That's it. And then you create color palettes in the engine on a per tile basis. You can paint those palettes onto the screen. Which sounds insane, and it is insane. But the cool thing about it is that literally with the click of a few buttons, you can make it so your game can be a Game Boy, original Game Boy game or a Game Boy Color game, which is pretty freaking awesome. Is there a tool you can use to validate all the bitmaps you feed it to make sure they have a 4 or fewer colors, or you just have to be careful? Yeah. So you can feed it any image, but what it's going to start to do is force colors that aren't right to be a certain color. So it just won't work. It will force it to be that color no matter what. So if you don't set it up right, it just won't look right, basically. Now, there are plenty of ways you can force an image to only contain certain colors. But if you do that, you're going to run into a similar issue, essentially, where if you're too far off, it's going to start to look weird once it forces a color in the wrong direction. So really, you just have to paint the actual colors. Now, the other option is to, in fact, I think I can do this for this example right now. Because I don't think there's any other use case for this color in this image left. So one thing you can do is something like this, where you replace colors. Wait, which color am I trying to paint? I can't remember. This one. There we go. So you can do stuff like that to speed things up. But you have to be careful doing that, because if that color exists somewhere else, like the only reason it's fine now is because we've already painted the top half of the image. If that color existed somewhere above, it might do it, you know, incorrectly for us, basically. And also, you need to be careful relying on automation, because, for example, right, let's try and do the rest of it. So let's select this color. Let's replace it. And yeah, that's the right color. Just double check. Yep. Right. You could be like, oh, it's done. But if you look, there's loads of edge case colors, because obviously it's been done with more than 4 colors. So you got to be real careful, which is kind of why I do things manually a bit more than I need to, because, you know, if you just leave even 1 pixel out, you could essentially ruin what the artwork looks like in Engine. And you may never notice. There will just be a random pixel that's like essentially black when it should be a color or something like that. We're nearly done here, so that's cool. No, I totally know what you're saying. It is. Pixel art is so much more complicated than it seems. Because it's really, really common in the world of pixel art for just like a single pixel or a pixel or two just to throw an entire image out. But there's also a delicate balance, because one of the also, you know, I'm no super talented pixel artist by any means, but it's a really common thing also, as a sort of weird sort of irony for people to get too stuck because of that. Because one of the things you'll learn when you get better at working with pixel art is you do need to be loose in order for things to look natural as well. You need to be willing to wing it a bit, because sometimes you can get too systematic drawing things square by square, and that also looks weird, you know what I mean? So it's a real delicate balance of being a little bit chaotic, and then also like just being aware of certain pixel patterns, certain things being out of place, just, you know, ruining things. That is kind of good for now. I mean, I'm spending too much time on pixel art. We're kind of prototyping at this point. But I'm happy with this. So let's put this in the game. I am in the right game directory, right? Because I've been jumping around between directories looking at things. Yeah, I am. Game, assets, backgrounds. And we'll, just for consistency's sake, just do BG underscore my house. Yeah, it's kind of a funny thing how all that stuff works. It's like I can dabble in 3D stuff as well, but um I am not as good at working in 3D as I am in 2D. I'm just less experienced at it. But it's very interesting, like when I started making games, I wanted to do pixel art games because that's like what those are the kind of games that inspired me. But at the same time, I did think I was under the illusion that it might be easier. And it seems easier at first. But it's like one of them things that the deeper you get into it, I think the more you realize that it's actually kind of not. That there are essentially this very similar in scope, really. Because everything's more complicated than it seems with game development, right? Okay. Let's just do a commit real quick. I'm getting so tired now I can barely type. Fucking hell. Right. This was just a test. Those planks are so big, it's fucking ridiculous. I'll be real. But we'll leave it for now. We'll leave it for now. I don't think I have time to get hung up on things like perspective. A jam game is somewhat of a prototype, right? So it's like we can come back to stuff like that. Let's add collisions here to the back wall. Let's look at the player collision real quick. It's a little scuffed. I think... Do we want it to be like this, maybe? We'll leave it like that, and let's just see how it... The thing is, this isn't representative of anything, this area. So I think it's better for the collision to be set up like that. So obviously we need to start working with some colors and stuff like that to properly color this room, but we also want to fill it with props. I think we'll just leave it for now. I can easily do a different texture. Let me maybe let's see, just quickly mess around with something. Let me like let's duplicate this layer. Obviously, it's going to get scuffed if you add too much. You know what? Nah, fuck it. It's not worth it. Can we find a different texture maybe? Hang on. It's gonna be a fucking nightmare though to have to redo it again. Nah, it's no different. No, that's crap anyway. The only thing that would be pretty quick to deal with is if we just took something like some other board texture that's not like really set up for this, but you could just But this is so basic. You know what I mean? I think what is better would be a better idea. What's going on with this mouse right now, dude? See, that one looked kind of good with being off a little bit, I feel like. What's up, baby? Thanks so much for the stream, dude. Hope you're doing good. What's up, Duncan? I actually don't play D&D. I always wanted to back in the day. I was never allowed to join the D&D club. They wouldn't let me in. I used to watch some videos online of people doing D&D campaigns even. I am British, yeah. Oh my god, my eyes are getting lost. Shouldn't I be sleeping? Yeah, I'm in the middle of a game jam right now. I decided to enter the game jam halfway through for the extra challenge, so I've got 7 days to make a game instead of 14. So I'm kind of burning the candle at both ends to be able to progress the game and also, you know, still work on other videos and stuff. So it's kind of, yeah. My sleeping pattern is all over the show right now. I won't be streaming for much more than another couple of hours, though. Okay. Would a Star Wars Evil D&D campaign maybe interest you to join? It's a political strategic team. I didn't notice that. Maybe. I don't really know anything about it. Feel free to join the Discord and shoot me some more details. Could be kind of interesting. I would say I'm a relatively big Star Wars nerd, yeah. Okay, so you know what? It kind of works. We cannot spend any more time drawing this fucking background, considering we're saying we're basically like we're just supposed to be prototyping something right now. Holy shit. Let's get this exported. There's too much going on. Then again, it's not tiled. It's not colored in yet. Let's work on a color palette real quick. It sounds cool, man. I need to... Thanks for the follow on Twitch, mate. Appreciate that, Duncan. It's not a bad starting point just for eyeballing it. Why are you making a game in 7 days? Is it like for funsies or competing? I've entered a game jam. It's more for funsies than the challenge though, because the game jams allow in 14 days, but I decided to do it in 7 for the lols. Yeah, you see, it's not that. It's actually not crazy. Overly detailed over we can actually hypothetically tone it down by doing this as well. so a character actually stands out. Yeah, if you do exclamation jam, you get a link to the game jam page. It's PirateSoftware's game jam that I'm doing at the minute. I'm definitely interested, Duncan. I can't really say for sure if I'll end up doing it or not. It sounds cool though. It's a bit of a commitment for me at 3 in the morning in the middle of making a game after very little sleep, so forgive me. I need to think of, like, for some reason I'm thinking I don't know why. I can't really tell what this looks like because of the collisions. What's my game about? The theme of the game jam is shadows and alchemy. So we decided to make a game where basically the levels are going to be filled with, like, enemies that will kill you if they see you. So like a kind of like a stealth game. And the idea is you have to find ingredients to be able to craft special potions. So that's the alchemy part. And then you throw the potions, and when they smash, they create shadows that allow you to sneak through the levels. So the game is essentially, you know, you're at some kind of alchemy academy that's been overrun by goblins. And the only way you can escape is by your skills on foraging for potion ingredients and crafting potions. Oh, I'm painting with the wrong... Basically, it's an instant classic. It might be shit. I'm not pro. The challenge is for me to make an actual game that is a functional game that you can play from start to finish in 7 days. The promise isn't for it to be any good, guys. Don't get crazy about it. Right, that's like something. It doesn't have to look special right now, but it all works. Now, the next thing we need is to create a series of containers and potential areas for ingredients to be. What's up, Wilhelm? Thanks for the stream, dude. Hope you're doing good. Let me think about this. I'm making a game in GB Studio. It's an actual Game Boy and Game Boy Color engine that's totally free. So we're basically making a Game Boy Color game that you'll be able to run in an emulator, either on your computer or by the web or on an actual Game Boy. Create series of loot containers. I'm just thinking, like, considering our main task is to create a sort of system for loot and ingredients. We actually maybe don't need to do the containers thing yet, because the main thing is to create the fundamental systems for like how we're sort of storing loot and stuff in the game, inventory wise, and then getting that to recognize and you go to a crafting station, and then being able to craft a potion and then use the potion and then link. Yeah, so it's all linked together. So I think maybe what we perhaps should do is place one of our random ingredients So funny how weird some of these ingredients are that we procedurally generated a lot of these random patterns essentially. Yeah, I like some mystery as well. Well, actually, I guess you could call it mystery. I have no idea what that would even be, that random ingredient there. Let's find something that I know what it would be, maybe. Okay. We're back. Okay, I think I know what this probably would be. So, stick of ginger. I can make a potion with this. I should. find the nearest brewing station. Oh shit, the UI box has been recolored as well to the same as the floor. That wasn't intentional, but we can fix that. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, there we go. Thanks for the follow, mate. Appreciate that. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. There we go. A stick of ginger. I can make a potion with this. I should find the nearest brewing station. Documentation. Oh, we need to read some stuff. Search. No, inventory, okay. Don't think it supports any kind of data structure. Game data. Well, that's all save data related stuff. Can't even do a fucking array. So let's have a look at variables then to see. I don't think it's gonna tell me anything I don't already know. What's up, Lazala? Thanks for coming by the stream. Hope you're doing good, mate. Nah. It's very basic. So that means... What I'm trying to think of is how are we going to keep track of the player's inventory? The way that the engine works, because like we're working with a Game Boy again, I'll reiterate. So the way it all works is there's actually a fixed amount of global variables and a fixed amount of local variables. We have over 500 globals available that, you know, is no problem to use because it's just, you know, even when you're running it on a PC or something, right? It's just it's emulating a Game Boy. So everything is allocated, you know, a fixed amount of memory and everything essentially. So it doesn't matter whether we use a few or a lot of those or all of those variables. So considering I don't think there is any way to do any kind of data structure or array or anything, which is normally how you would want to do a inventory system. I think all we can do is use global variables. I'm making a Game Boy Color game in GB Studio for a game jam that I'm currently taking part in. I'm taking part in PirateSoftware's game jam, where we've got 14 days to make a game. And the theme is Shadow Alchemy. So our idea is to create a Game Boy game that's like a top-down 2D game where you collect ingredients in order to craft potions, and then you throw those potions, and when they smash, they create shadows, which allow you to sneak past enemies that you cannot defeat in levels that are blocking your way, essentially. So we basically play a young girl apprentice at a alchemy academy that's been overtaken by goblins. That's the idea. However, I only just started. I've just started streaming game development with this game jam. I'm a full-time content creator, but I just make YouTube videos of mostly Valheim, crazy Valheim gameplay challenges and speedruns with guides and stuff like that as well occasionally. And but I used to be a game developer professionally for several years, and I still am working on my own games. I still work on my own projects outside of doing YouTube and stuff. And you know, been working on games now for like over a decade, and it's always been something that I've been curious to share with my audience. And I was always worried about doing it because I know most people aren't interested. Like usually I stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, and like it's pretty common for us to have 100 to 200 people watching when I stream on a regular basis. But it's super quiet doing this, but I'm actually super happy with how it's going, because the people that are stopping by the stream, me doing this, are very passionate about it. So the fact that people like me doing this, I'm so happy about. So anyway, so far, this is a test stage. So this level isn't essentially anything real. It's just like for testing. You know, we've got collisions and stuff set up. We've got this whole movement system, which is all built into the engine, really. But we can shoot potions. And if we shoot at this specific spot, it creates a shadow. So those are the basic mechanics that we got down over the last couple of days. Today, we've spent most of the time doing design and creating sprites and sort of fleshing out other stuff. The idea is that we're going to be in some sort of, you know, let's call it a low budget Hogwarts that's just for alchemists. Like the community college version. And so there's gonna be like levels with goblins in the way, and you'll have to sort of sneak off into different rooms and buildings. And when you go inside, we're going to sort of make each room a little bit of an Easter egg hunt of finding ingredients, and you have to sneak off to the brewing station to make the potion to progress. But thank you, I appreciate that. The only Game Boy game I've ever played is Pokemon Red on emulator, so I don't have too much experience with them. I mean, yeah, I haven't played a ton of Game Boy games either. I did play quite a lot when I was growing up, but this just feels so fun and nostalgic working on Game Boy stuff in GB Studio. I mean, so sorry, I saw someone Zenthorn asking about data types. Let's have a quick look. It's literally just it's actually so weird how it's done, to be honest. You can do numbers, other variables, properties of actors. You can put an expression in it, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, Boolean. Yeah. So basically, the way to do this is to just use global variables for it. I'm just trying to think. I'm getting so tired right now. I'm thinking about just calling it because I'm not thinking straight. I hit a wall about half hour ago, and I'm trying to think about how to implement this system, and I'm just thinking, fuck, I don't know, bro. I do know. It's just, but actually implementing it is another thing. Let me think. So you know what's actually kind of interesting is even though we're very limited, oh, I actually love doing game development on a Mac. Yeah, I'm not like an Apple fanboy or anything. Like I use PCs mostly, but I wanted a laptop to do game development so I could take my game like anywhere. And at the time, like the M1 MacBook Air was like, for the money, one of the most like powerful computers you could get for the money. And it's pretty affordable. And I actually have been loving being in the Mac ecosystem working on games. I haven't had any issues. Anyway, this is what makes sense, right? Because even though we're limited in terms of data types and there's no data structures or anything like that, pre-built in is hundreds of global variables. They just start out just unassigned, right? So the way to do it would be, for our game, when you think about it, all our inventory is going to be is a counter of how many of what ingredient we have. So we can literally just have a variable for every single ingredient in the game that's just a counter, so that then when you go to a brewing station, it just checks the recipe, right? And the recipe will be like, whatever, you need 5 ginger or something and 2 elderberries or whatever. I'm just making stuff up that's not in the game yet. And then it just checks those global variables, right? And boom, makes the potion. It's all it needs to do. We don't need a super advanced inventory system. So I think we just do it like that. So I think what I will do, there's actually the way all the UI and stuff works in this is so funny. I'm going to do a prefix of just inv for inventory and then ginger. If you will do anything that's lower down the alphabet than V, it's going to be at the bottom of the list past all of the empty variables, which is super annoying to browse through in the IDE, which is kind of hilarious. Yeah, so all we actually do is we do this increment by 1 inventory ginger. Go to bed, you need to be awake time to be productive for next. Very true. The next 4 days. Yeah, I can't believe we're really running out of time. What have we got ourselves in for? Write down what's in your head now and sleep. I think everything is fine. In fact, the one thing I should write down is every ingredient will just have its own global variable as a counter. These variables can be checked at the brewing station when crafting a certain recipe. That's fine. So essentially, we have just about accomplished making our first loot room, even though we've not fleshed it out, but we don't need to. And the ingredient looting prototype is just that. That's how simple it needs to be. That's what essentially needed to be figured out, is how do we handle inventory? The answer is there is no way of doing it except for just lots of variables containing individual values, which is crazy. Ridiculous how basic that is, but it's the joys of working with a Game Boy, I guess. So yeah, we have managed to do that. So let me quickly go through here. My house, blah, blah. Yeah, so we can check off these tasks, 17 and 8. Resolves. 17. Resolves. 8. Ingredient. Looting. And room. We'll just put room. I don't want to go over the right amount of characters. That's good progress. I'm happy with it. I think we, in a weird way, may have made a lot less progress than I thought we would, but at the same time, we've kind of spent more time on other things that I didn't think we'd get to. Because I actually think we've fleshed out a lot of the note-taking that we've done today is really going to allow us to fill in a lot of our game design document, which is going to be a chunk of the work that we have left to do, because it has to be really good in order to submit to the game jam. What's up, Novel? Thanks for stopping by the stream. Hope you're doing good. But anyway, if I keep talking, chat, I'm just going to keep jabbering on, because when I get tired, I just keep yapping. And I'm going to call it, because it's 3 in the morning, and I need to get some sleep so that we can get up and continue the game jam tomorrow. I am going to make a YouTube video from this, yeah. That's the plan. Where I'll summarize what happened each day and the process in hopefully a pretty digestible video, and that's the plan. Right, I'm gonna call it. I'll definitely be back tomorrow with some more game development. I don't know if I'll have time for a Valheim stream as well, but if I do, I will. But thank you so much for everybody that stopped by, all the new followers and subs that's just stopped by just to watch game development. You guys are flipping legends, being interested in watching me make games. It's one of the things is the thing I'm the most passionate about out of all of my interests. I'm also very passionate about making videos and stuff as well, of course. So this is very cool for me to get to do both at the same time. So thank you for just being interested. Obviously, officially, this is day 3 for us, technically, which means we have 4 days left. Ashland's challenge only. I hope to try and start figuring that out soon. But anyway, if I don't have time for Valheim, the priority, just whilst I'm doing this game jam, obviously I won't be able to submit. I'll just get disqualified if I don't submit on time. So like if I don't have time for Valheim, the priority will have to be this. Just for the next few days. It's only 4 more days until this is done, and then we'll be back to doing the usual content. I'll try and start earlier tomorrow. But I'm gonna go. If I don't stop, I'll just talk forever. I can't help but yap when I'm tired. But thank you so much, you guys. You can support the content on Patreon as usual. And I'll be back tomorrow with some more game development. And yeah, back with more crazy Valheim challenge stuff very soon as well. Thanks for watching. Have a good one. Bye.